Unfunky. Obsolete. Out of time. But I will play some Starsector. Alright. Last time around was the second colony. Slowly getting built up. It's kind of a drain in the meantime, but not for long. It's gonna have some heavy industry on it. And I should probably go over there and slap the nanoforge in there before it's done. Plenty of time until that. Other than that, defeated a Persian League blockade last time. And the colony crisis meter is reset. If I had to guess, gonna have to deal with the Luddites next time. But I think it'll be fine. Alright, there was also the mission with the technology crate. Did tell that one guy I'd go and do that for him. Other than that, I did just recently pick up the Conquest, the LSC Anon. Because it's not up for face-to-face engagement. But it doesn't have to, because it's got the speed for it. Everything else looks fine enough. I should probably do something about these champions. Don't want to get rid of them, but not quite pulling their weight. Gotta be something I can change about them. Could just make them into PD boats. I already got the 4 burst PD lasers. It's not like they can make much of the auto pulse laser if they're getting stomped on. Maybe I switch this out with something. Or maybe I lean all the way into PD. Maybe that'd be better. Do have one more S-mod slot on all of these. And typically armored weapon mounts or advanced turret gyros are my favorite for non-specific, just make it slightly better at everything kind of. I'm not sure which one I want. Well, let's do some testing. So it's 100 points for the 4 champions. Let's see how they do against 160 points worth of Paffers. A very varied fleet. Know that probably the most dangerous thing they can send at me is the Eradicator. Second would be the Hammerheads. That being said, Hammerheads aren't super resilient. Depending on the loadout, of course. But we'll try this. see how it goes, and then we'll think about improvements. I have no issues dealing with the small stuff. And they're definitely generating a lot of soft flux. Makes me think the auto pulse is probably too much for their flux stats. As they can deal a lot of damage, but they can't really take all that much of it. Otherwise, then they very quickly stop being able to deal it out. Okay, so with this knowledge, let's change things. Pelham's more of a I'm gonna stand in the back and poke at you kind of weapon. That's one thing that we should change. There's no other missile slots on this. It's dubious on whether or not expanded missile racks would be a good idea. It could be, but it's a lot of investment. On the cheaper side, there's the Hammer Barrage and the Locust. Burst size of 30, limited ammo of 600. So that's about 20 salvos. Hammer Barrage, 20 ammo, burst size of 4. That would be... what? 4.5? It's not terribly much. Well, it is a lot of damage if it connects. Big if. Pelham doesn't have that downside, but it does have the downside of the damage per second being not a lot. And it's still 14 points. Could just leave that empty. Could just stick heavy burst lasers instead of thumpers. Would help with the overfluxing thing, but I think I've got enough PD as it is. Don't think there's much else that's magazine based other than the burst PD laser. Guess there's the antimatter blaster. Got charges, even if it doesn't regenerate them. So the S-mod portion would be irrelevant, but that's still 50% more ammo, so it would have 30 shots of antimatter. Refire delay of 10 seconds is a lot of flux though. There's the voltaic cannon. Would take 50% off the recharge rate, which would mean it would take 30 seconds rather than 60 seconds to get one charge. What if I stuck 2 of those on here? Then a paladin in the big slot. And a locust. Or no, wait. Having some form of anti-armor would probably be very good for this. Especially if I had a fleet to back it up. So I'll give it a hammer. Alright. Test this against... But against an eradicator. Got less deployment points, so I'd be very surprised if champion fails, but who knows? Maybe I built it just wrong enough. Immediately dumped all of the voltaic discharge and killed it right away. How about a slightly tougher target? Just slightly. Doesn't seem to be winning right now. It's using up all of its hammers. That's all of it. Good enough to win. Doesn't seem like it. Just enough. Well, that took pretty much everything to do it. Let's see with the base loadout. Or the previous loadout. If it does it better, then never mind the changes. Managed to overload it. Took that hit on the front for no reason. again. And again. Not that time though. Yeah, no. This is going worse than last time already. I think that says it all, doesn't it? Loadout's got good damage, but not enough sustain. Shield is simply not good enough. Not sure which part of it exactly I want to change. Could leave the missiles and replace the autopulse laser with like a high intensity laser. Or I could replace the autopulse with a paladin, give it squalls or locust, maybe even a hydra. Let's try squalls. Gonna leave the thumpers. See how this goes. Just kind of getting dabbed on. It's arguably worse than last time. Spinning around to try to make use of the armor, and in return just completely missing with the high energy laser, or high intensity laser. I think it managed to deal slightly more damage, but still not good enough. Let's go with Paladin. repulsor only works if it gets past the shield. So ion beams would be better, but it wouldn't take advantage of the expanded mags. Starting to think maybe the expanded mags is not worth it on this. But let's keep trying. Could get a couple of heavy burst lasers. I forget. Integrated point defense AI. Identifies and ignores decoy flares. Best possible target leading, regardless of combat readiness. Damage to missiles is increased by 50%. It's not increased the range of the weapons. Right, that one's the officer skill. Advanced optics would give more range to the burst PD lasers by about 200. They already have a very good turn rate, so the downside wouldn't be much. So maybe I set him up like that. Kill him. Heavy burst lasers, paladin. Advanced optics. Will it work? Better than the last one. It's not looking good. Managed to shave off its nose armor. Hasn't gotten much else. Having nearly no ability to deal hard flux damage, it has gotten a decent amount of hull damage, and it even got an overlay. Oh, funny enough, this is working better than the last two attempts. And there it goes. Alright. That's... Again, surprising that it worked better. But it needs to be more. How about IR auto lenses? Which is 500 sustain, 100 at non-expanded magazine as mod. Long-term sustained. As opposed to the thumpers, which are 343, 125. So more flux draw. Or no, wait. I was looking at damage, not flux. 150, 30. So way less flux draw. So maybe Autobolt? And then it doesn't take advantage of the advanced optics. What about high intensity laser? Try it again. Definitely doing worse. It also had a very different loadout than the last time. So I'm gonna try again, just to see if that wasn't a fluke. He's also got hammers. Pistis and a Mark 9. Not a lot of hull damage, but I think that's all it's gonna get. Shield is definitely not good enough. It's got a bad shield and bad speed. Not sure how to make up for that. Maybe dump the shield. Tachyon lands. And I don't have any magazine-based weaponry that's good against shields. Like, none at all. Could build in the stabilizer shields. Then I'd be hard focused on actually making the shields useful. The other option is unstable injectors. Could also fit all 4 of them with nav relays. Have a collective 16% increased movement speed. Or whatever 16% nav rating actually equates to. And had it correct. Okay, let's try this. Probably not gonna work, but I want to know. Think about it. Tachyon Lance with no way of building up hard flux is probably not it. Although the unstable injector is proving very capable. In terms of just don't have to worry about hard flux if you're not getting hit on the shield. Although as soon as it gets in range again, shield's not enough to deal with all the damage output. This isn't exactly the strongest enemy either, so against an onslaught or something, this thing would crumble. Yeah. Go back to Thumpers and the auto balls. Keep the unstable injector. It's 15 points for the hardened shield. 9 points for the stabilized shield. Probably want both. They fit one. All the officers are already assigned. Okay. Stick hardened shields on it for now. And if I like this loadout, I'll build in the... Oh, 1 point wasted. If I like this loadout, I'll build in the stabilized shields. Basically, the only difference between what I started with and this is it's got a unstable injector. maybe I'd be better off building in the flux distributor. This seems to be the issue with all the different fits I've tried so far. Just doesn't have good enough flux stats. It's also not quite fast enough. These things are never gonna have an officer in charge of them. At least, probably not. This would be kind of... makes more sense for them to be able to get out of the way, rather than being able to take more hits. So it's not gonna have the long-term sustain of something with elite field modularity, or modulation. At least against this particular enemy, being able to dodge out of the way is much better than being able to take more hits to the face. Also, another thing I noticed is despite having 4 burst lasers on the front, can't do shit about the hammer barrages. Like, out of the 4 missiles oncoming that time, got rid of 1. Is it even worth it? Right. Better way, this seems to work better than the other fits I've tried. Well, other than the one that I tried where it actually won the fight, but details. But it's not quite capable of taking out any incoming missiles and shit. Maybe I'd be better off giving it some other function, like the voltaic cannons. Have a few more points to work with. So many choices. Most of them suck. Try this. definitely fixed the issue of the point defense. Manages to take out the whole hammer barrage properly. Twice in a row now. Clobbers fighters, but not exactly the highest quality fighters. These are Kopech's, right? Warthogs and Kopech. Both relatively tanky. Like if it can keep those away, it can definitely keep the lighter stuff away. That being said, changes I've made it a lot more survivable, less damaging. Don't think it's gonna win this fight no matter how long this goes on for. But that's not necessarily what we need. Okay. Retrofit the other stuff. Don't have any more of those, whatever they are. Voltaic dischargers. So I'm gonna stick some PD lasers on there. Wait, what else did I change? Oh right, centerpiece. How could I forget that? Stick those in there. Alright. I am gonna test them. But I have to go take a piss first. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. For testing, do remember to reassign the weapons. Not that I think too much is getting changed around. Alright, give the same test as the first time. 4Ds versus 160 points of Lytic Path. Let's go with that. Comes the Eradicator. This one in the middle just doesn't even know where to go. There goes one of them. There goes two of them. Eradicator's down. And so goes the preferred champion. One left. And the last one's down. Well, I'd say they did slightly better than the first time, but still not good enough. Not sure what exactly the answer is, but I'm thinking it's gonna take a little bit more than one S-mod to fix. Speaking of S-mods, got 12 story points. So I could build in the shields, give him 9 more points worth of shield capacitor, which isn't a 9-day difference, but it's a decent amount more. Or I could give him built-in, where is it? Lux distributor. Increases it by about 90. And that'll increase it by an extra 30 if I build it in. Then I can spend the rest of the points on the shield stabilizer. Yeah, I'll try that. If it sucks, well, I'll be stuck with it. It doesn't suck. Well, I don't know. Get the feeling it's gonna suck anyway. I'll just keep them around to deal with, like, pirates, small fleets, stuff like that. But either way, give him another test run. Against this fleet. More small stuff rather than big stuff, but it's still the same amount of points. Should remember to call him in. Seems like it could be going better. Yeah, they can't deal with the gremlins at all. Just don't have the turn rate for it. Never mind getting swarmed in general. These guys are not the backbone. They're the backup. And we'll just have to treat them as such. Alright. Now, is there any actual thing I wanted to do rather than just sitting in the simulator? Remember something about looking at planets. But all this stuff that was over here done. Think I was over here. Yeah. Stuff in Anyang, Pharaohs, Far Salish, Zabala, and Baliko. And then barracks. The only other thing after that would be going over to Limbo, which I do want to go over there. So I might as well get red on that. Don't really need to take any supplies. Here we go. Swing on by Hab, install that Nano Forge, and then run back over to the portal. Actually, now I think about it, maybe I go and head over to Limbo first. Kind of a long drive back, however. Yeah. I'll go there first. Slowest ship is at a 7. My slowest ship. The 9, another 9. 9's the whole way up. Oh no, wait. Revenants are an 8. Alright. You're a 7. Do I have any other 7s though? Second slowest is an 8. I could just deal with it. Looking at the fit, yeah, it's 40 points to stick on the better dry field. So I'd have to sacrifice quite a bit to fit that on there. Yeah, maybe I won't. Remnant suborder is still there. Is gonna be most of my fuel. Well, not actually most of it, but it feels like it. Who's this? A scavenger. Better not secretly be a pirate. Lonely little dwarf. Think I'll go Pharos, Sabala, Farsalish, and then Baliko. Then if I don't have a reason to go back, head right over to Limbo after. A lot of rocks floating about, but not any big enough to survey. Take a quick peek. Yeah, not seeing anything. Still 3D mods on here, but slowly getting better. Also, half of my fuel is gone. I will reevaluate once I'm done with the nebula. Might just run back over to the core worlds. Maybe go blow up a Lytic Path base. It'll pay for the fuel anyway. Some ruins. Lieutenant Oba Dysnomia. Vanguard blueprint. Systems expertise, missiles, polarized armor, damage control, and combat endurance. Not the worst, but not worth replacing anyone. At least I'm at positive income. Could be worse. Nothing else in this system. think I've certainly got enough fuel to get the next two Pharaoh's Nebula systems. Beyond that, not sure. Bunch of bullshit going on over there. It's a lonely yellow star. Madaraka. Seems to be some stuff here. Hopefully it's good stuff. For a second, I thought that said Black Mesa. Oh hey, a hypershunt. I forget if that means another Omega fight. I hope it does. I like those guns. Go for it. Yep, there they are. Okay, it's gonna be me, Stick, Mint. Not gonna bring any of the champions. The meatballs. And bring Korg. Definitely thinking. Was about to say Oven Mitt needs a pilot and maybe take it off the Fury, but should probably take off one of the pilots from one of the Anubis and stick it on the Oven Mitt. We'll start with this. Going in. Holy shit. That was a quick kill. One Tesseract down. Now the rest of it. Facet down. Any new business just got slapped. Yeah. A lot of value out of that one. Okay, so that's one of them, more or less entirely down. Now the other one. Little bit of backup. Second Tesseract down. Now the remnants. Nearly missed all the mines. And that's all of them. Alright. The small cost of 450 dead crew. And 2 ships going down. Volatile particle driver. Disintegrators. Better cryoblaster. Resonator, a rift beam, 3 shock repeaters, 2 antimatter SRM launchers, 2 mini pulsars, 2 rift lances. Not the worst all, but I'm sure I'm missing something. Alright, now the rest of this place. That's all the planets. It's definitely not all of the rings, but doesn't have to be. Alright, still have plenty of fuel. Just pin this for later. Go check out the Zabala Nebula. Heavy industry is complete. Also, I'm pretty sure Venus was not quite that profitable just earlier. Sure, it has nothing to do with not having to purchase heavy machinery, heavy armaments, transmutonics, or, well, still has to buy supplies. But the rest of it doesn't have to buy anymore. Right. Upgrade that right away. Gonna be kinda low on money, but it'll be worth it. Looks like another lonely little star. Seems I'm right. A quick scan right over here. Nothing. Some ruins. Whole lot of organics. Some sensor readings from over here. Just a debris field. Nothing else. Small little pile of supplies. I'll take it. Some other stuff over there. Nav buoy. Maybe I go for the nav buoy actually. Bring it back online, and I'll be faster at looking at the rest of this place. scavengers. Or scavengers. Claim it, bring it online. Something over there in the corona. The Phaeton. Another sensor. Ding. From over here. Always too slow with the words. It's a big old scavenger fleet. Survey data for Class 5 Tundra World. Center of the Glyph star system. Notable for being habitable. Just so happens to be the next planet I was gonna go to. Well, after the next planet. Does have some ruins. But this one. A mule. Deal Maker Holosuit. Think I had one of those. Now I've got two of those. Yeah, had the first one installed on the first planet. Now I can do the same thing for the other one. If I wanted to. Could also get myself a third planet. Hyperspace topography. Squall MLRS. And yet more organics. Sure I'm finding a lot of those recently. Orbital Hab. Commander Rada Castor. Some goods, some guns, some fancy goods. Wrong option. Ballistic mastery. No helmsmanship. No field modulation. Goodbye. Right, that's this place done. Get the next one in this nebula. And since I haven't found a giant pile of fuel anywhere, I'll almost certainly be going over to that Paffer base. And then over to the core worlds. Sell the goods I've got, get some fuel, Do it all again. More organics, and a pile of machinery. Oh, that's it for this system. Alright. Over to the Paffer base. Over in Hydon Velset. Or is it Felicet? Whatever it is, going over there. That unidentified fleet over there looks suspiciously Paffer shaped. Because they are. Let's see what they have to say. Submit and repent. Your use of sinful technologies may. The Paffer's eyes go wide at a red flash from a secondary display. By the blessed stars, says that. His eyes return to the comblink, fixed with horror and hatred. Is this about a tithe? Befouled, or Befouler, Defiler, sinful spite god, demoniac. The look of rage and religious mania pulls the supplicant's face into a devilish mask as he shouts, "What work of Moloch fleet is this? What unholy combination of human craft and abomination? You are to be destroyed on sight, accursed by God and all who follow the path of our faith." Targeting alerts chime from your tactical officer's console. Enough of this. Battle stations. Not gonna send in the good fleet. I'm gonna send in the funny fleet. I tell him to capture all of it. positions for my champions. Looks like they're gonna get this one though. Or maybe I'm wrong. They're backing up. Yuri's in a very funny position. Not sure what the Conquest is doing, but he spun the shit out of that guy. And now he's dead. What a terrible ship. Alright, I'm going in. Might have to get rid of the Anon. It's kind of a bad name anyway. Champions really do just get hard countered by the omens. Don't know why I can't speak tonight, but it's bad. Oh no, he's behind me. What will I do? And just about everything else has been taken out. My involvement was superfluous. But at least I get to blow up this guy. There he goes. No champions were lost. Conquest got fucking curb stomped. And the old sloth didn't even lose its armor. Don't know why I keep trying with midline shit. Never works. more pathers. This time, use the real fleet. Or the serious fleet. Whatever you want to call it. Be a little bit too in there. But he's getting kills. Go get him, champ. Not a shield. In comes the other bit. He knows how to handle the hot stuff. Just that guy. There he goes. Base isn't over here. Maybe it's up over there. Ah. Must be this bounty. Maybe I should go get the other bounty while I'm around here. Don't have terribly long to do it, however. But I'll try. Just join the system of a dwarf primary star. It's not gonna be here. 2 other planets it could be. On second thought, maybe I don't. 20 days is probably not enough. Get rid of these jokers. I'll go in with this. Maybe call in some extra Anubis once I've got some catcher points. They're all right up there. Three damage. Got away from the rest of it. There goes that guy. Let's get to the big game hunting. Maybe get the monitors out of the way while I have the chance. It's one Pegasus down. Two left. Get rid of some of this small stuff. Got all the points. No one is getting the crap beat out of him. Stick is in a 2v1 with the other Pegasus. Well, more like a 2v2, but that's a champion. Not too worried about it. Some of the mines too early. But the rest of him should take care of it. There we go. Forgot I had missiles for a second there. It would probably go a lot faster if I remembered that more often. And that's that. No casualties. Surprising. And the Persian League hates me very slightly less. Still looking for that Paffer base, wherever it is. Bunch of activity here. See if I can sneak in here and sell some metal. Maybe I don't sell all of that. We'll sell the cheap stuff. Hold on to the rest of it. Love to do a raid. Don't think this guy's gonna move away, however. Unless if I scare him away. Gone. I said go. Okay. Now we raid. Most valuable would be supplies. So might as well. Easiest way to deal with the battle station is without the fleet nearby. Try to push him away again. And now we do it. After, or I was about to say after another raid, but I hit the wrong button. So we're just gonna blow it the fuck up. This should be enough. Hopefully I'm not wrong. Because if I'm wrong, this is gonna be an expensive mistake. None of the missiles got through. Damn it. Would have gone after the other section. Nope. Overloaded. Do it. The hardest part of the station. Plus, if you count the larger than average protrusion. I still think this part's, or that part was, the hardest part. Easy peasy. I'll take you out. Send in a mix of funny fleet and the real fleet. Actually, how about 2 champions on one point, 2 champions on the other point, Then the Odysseys just kind of skirmish as they see fit. I'm sure this won't backfire. Oh, that was easy. Usually eradicators are more annoying to kill than that. Usually. Double kill. Well, I applied 2 champions to the point, and they're losing it. I'd say I'd be surprised, but that'd be a little bit of a lie. Gonna go help him. I thought it was slick. I think that's just about all of them. Don't think we're gonna be catching up with the rest. They might be able to get the mule. Let's see. Champion's getting in the way. I missed it. Yeah, I'm sure it was cool. Three eradicators. Let's give the champion squad another try. Surely, they can take these guys on and win, right? So there is a few more things in there, so send in the Fury and this one. Okay. Same plan as last time. Capture the points that don't have anything to do with getting more deployment points. Don't need those. Would have been easier to say capture the things that aren't comm relays. Takes to strip the armor, the shield nearly fills up. Nearly is not quite enough, because you won that one. But you. He's winning. And he's won. Even if not immediately. That Eradicator's basically useless now. And there he goes. Alright. I think my initial appraisal was correct. In the sense of champions are still good against the Pathers and the pirates and other bulk fleets. Not so good against the tougher stuff, but they don't have to be, because that's why I have the other half of the fleet. Just have to remember that, and not accidentally deploy a bunch of these guys against the remnants, like I did that one time. Although, that wasn't so much an accident as it was an oversight. Still not sure that's the right word. Whatever. You know what I mean. Alright. This place is done. I have a suspiciously larger amount of fuel. But I am also pretty close to Nova Maxios. I'm gonna go over there. Probably go to Esconia after. I'm gonna hope that this keeps going this way. Save me a little bit of fuel if it does. I think it did. Oh, hey. I could take one of these kinds of missions. Not this specific one because I don't have any fuel production, unfortunately. But if I have any that needs supplies, some type of mineral, weapons, almost just about anything but fuel, I'll be able to do one of those. actually. Be a good idea to check. Got ore, food, domestic goods, luxury goods, crew. I've got some organic, but not quite enough. I'm producing 6, but I need 10 for the cryo revival facility. I think it would still count. Producing 1 harvested organ. Producing 2 recreational drugs. 1 transplutonic. 3 heavy machinery. 4 heavy armaments. Or no, wait. That wasn't quite entirely accurate. 7 metal, 5 transplutonic, 5 supplies, 5 heavy machinery, 5 heavy armament, and 5 ship hulls and weapons. Though, shortly, I'll have a lot more of all those heavy industry related things. I do genuinely wonder how you'd manage to produce 10 organics on one planet. I'm producing 6 right now. I know you can get up to +2 if you have the good deposits. So that would bring it up to 8. Oh hey, it's Holden. How you doing? And I was saying, 6 for a base value. If it was the good source of organics, it would go all the way up to 8. AI core would give an extra +1. But I'd still need a little bit more to get to 10. I guess there's theoretically uninhabitable planets that do have organics deposits. Maybe that's how you'd get it. You're okay, just at work and surviving. Hang in there, trooper. Sure hope your job doesn't suck as bad as I fear it might be. Retail do be like that. Although, that's a little bit of the personal bias speaking there. Alright, let's get to selling some metal. Transplutonics, metals. Best place for domestic goods would be the Fulian Raider base. Best place to sell the heavy armaments is Voltern. Luxury goods is Fulian Raider base. And Voltern for the heavy machinery. Might have to go to Voltern, it seems like. Hold on to the Marines. Tiny amount of harvested organs. Sell those at Kantas. Sitting in the shack waiting for trucks to come in to categorize them. Here for another 10 hours. Not gonna sugarcoat it. That sounds boring as heck. So hopefully have a way to keep it exciting. Like, I don't know, a Twitch stream or something. Or alternatively, like a radio station. It's gotta keep that mental up. Okay, complete this trade. I'll swing by over to Kanta's. Might be worth picking up some drooves. Sitting here, blaring some Twitch streams. Keep on keeping on, my man. Alright. I forgot last time I came here, I kinda made a mess of things. Let's read what's going on. Your fleet approaches Kanta's den. Traffic control seems to spend its time trading crude jokes with pirate raiders when not trying to bully bribes out of docking vessels. An artful arrangement of gutted starship hulls festoons the station, and closer examination reveals vacuum-desiccated remains attached using asteroid miners' pittance. The messaging is unambiguous. Your fleet goes into orbit around Kanta's den. The local port authority seems to take no issue with your explanation for why your transponder, regrettably, can't be turned on. You've arrived at a suitably lawless starport to offload the formerly marooned pirates you secured. So that was the part that's different. I mean, if they really want to get off here, who am I to judge? Shuttle the marooned pirates to Kanta's den. The pirate crew cheers as they're off-boarded, shouting boast and singing an off-color song about the variety of substances they plan to abuse. Others, grim-faced, mutter grisly plans to revenge themselves upon Phineas and his crew. A handful of pirates wish to remain in your employment, offering to forgo the usual signing bonus due to your generosity. Those who have approval from both your security chief and your section leaders are allowed to remain. Lost 47 crew. Well, I'm glad not all of them were a bunch of dickheads. Okay. Sell the organs. Got some extra luxury goods and domestic goods here. You need 2,000 domestic, 500 luxury over at the Fulian Raider base. That being said, they might fix the supply issue before I get there. And I'm gonna be going to Voltern first. So maybe I don't bother buying anything. Other than drugs. Because they want a shitload of them over at the Fulian Raider base. Which, again, going there anyway. Alright. Fulian Raider base is over in Pool. Meanwhile, Voltern is a little bit closer. Gonna go do that, buy some fuel over in Syndria, then over to the Fulian Raider base. You know, I probably should have checked before I jumped in here. Does the Centurion Dictact hate me? They're almost exactly indifferent. Fine enough. Does remind me, I never got around to doing the missions for the Dictat. Maybe I should get around to that someday. I'll just sell this stuff on the regular market. I feel like it was more than one thing, but it was only the heavy machinery that's got a signal on it. Or local deficient marker. That's the word. Marker. Sell all of that. Over to Syndria. What do you mean I had this transponder off? I specifically turned them on. Hereby ordered to submit to a cargo scan. That will not be necessary. Managed to convince the patrol commander that she would get in trouble with her superiors if she pressed the issue. Not sure how I managed to do that, but I sure did. The big pile of heavy machinery moved over to Najiketa. That might be a good idea. Let's see. Oh, no, wait. Didn't I... Not sure if it was this save or a different save where I stole the synchrotron fuel core, or fuel production item, whatever it is exactly, from Nachiketa. Don't have it on me though. So usually they always have a fuel surplus over there, but not right now. Weird. Whatever. Gonna buy some fuel. And by that I mean all the fuel they're willing to sell me on the open market. It, hey, just realized. Don't have to pay anything that's higher than market price, because I always can just jump in a gate and go get some more myself from my own quality at base price. I'll get that. I will take the mission. Oh wait, that's hegemony. Do they hate me? Hate is not the right word. Certainly not entirely trustful. I'll take the mission anyway. Go to the Fulian Raider base. Activate the gate that's over there. Then I'm gonna go over to Nachiketa, because I just grabbed the mission for it. think there's a gate over there, though. Yeah, there isn't. There is one in the Astlan system. And Galatia. Right, transponder. Keep forgetting. The drugs. Oh right, that's the other thing I wanted to sell over in Voltern. Well, not going back over there, so just sell them now. Only thing they've got on sale is crew, which they are selling for more than the base value, which is 25. So, not interested. Okay. No wait. Wanted to go scan that gate. And then I'm gonna go over there. Oh no wait. I already scanned it. Shit. So theoretically, says it would take 915 fuel to get over there. If I used a portal, it's not quite. Or no, wait. I think it is exactly half. Might as well. Takes half of as much fuel, and the time saves on supplies. Very convenient. Sure am glad there's no downside to using the gate network. It's definitely not going to be a huge issue that's going to happen if they ever decided to continue the story. And the machinery is delivered. Guess I better read this. Take a shuttle down to the main concourse and quickly find a likely looking establishment. You enter the crowded, well-lit space and take in the rows of taps adorning the wall, under bottles from every one of the core worlds, and a few from elsewhere. Merchant captains mingle with off-duty officers at the bar, served efficiently by the uniformed staff. In one corner, a pack of naval cadets shout and sing, desperately enjoying their last work shift of freedom. You begin taking stock of the patrons, looking for leads. As you scan the room, suddenly let me read that again. Suddenly you lock eyes with a woman in hegemony uniform. She raises a hand and, holding it close to her chest, points at you while saying something to the uniformed civil control officer at her side. Turning to find a path for an inconspicuous exit, you see that more Seacons have appeared. By their posture, you surmise that they are holding small hand weapons on your bodyguards, who have responded in kind. In the main entrance, you see a flick of targeting lasers shift through near IR from the silhouette of a light combat exoskeleton. Conversation in the room dies as patrons realize what's happening, leaving only the hollows churning out noise. Time seems to slow as you take in the situation with instincts honed in space combat. Patrons clear out of the bar in a remarkably casual manner, heads lowered, as if they had simply forgotten an appointment and can't be bothered to finish their drinks. I apologize for this crude posturing, Captain Max Friday, the hegemony officer says as she approaches. She has a smooth, eventide academy accent. Cream of the crop. Protocol, she says with feigned resignation. You feel a silent mass of Seacon thugs hovering closer behind you. The hegemony officers gives a little stand-down wave, then says, "Let us sit and have an informal chat. Let the hegemony buy you a drink. That would be nice, yes? Seems you have little choice in the matter. Best play along until you get a read on the situation." The bartender, sweating, places 2 drinks on the table between you and scurries off. Now, I'm sure you've heard of the recent unpleasant list in the Aslan system, yes? A terrible thing, this data breach. Are you a student of history, Captain? It's the sort of thing that starts wars, so we very much want to ensure that our investigation is conclusive. We know your fleet was in the vicinity. No. She smiles pleasantly. You're not being accused of anything. I simply want to draw upon your patriotism and report if you saw anything, as any good citizen would. Not a big fan of someone else deciding they want to play smartass. Patriotism, huh? What's with the goon squad? Hegemony officer produces a fake smile, then speaks an order into her cuff. You note the Seacom covering the room fall away. You must excuse my department. Some of my associates suggested a different approach to our meeting. We compromised. She gives you an open look. I argued for an informal chat, Captain. Make me right. Help me help you. Help the hegemony. Right. Am I under arrest or can I go? You're not under arrest, citizen, she admits. But the officer's face freezes in slow anger. I tried to make this easy for you, you know. The security of the hegemony ensures the security of the entire sector. To trade freely, to live, to survive. These are easy times compared to what the hegemony has faced in the past. Do not make yourself an enemy here, Captain. The hegemony officer stands abruptly, bumping the table and spilling some of the undrunk drinks. If my department finds you anywhere near another mysterious incident, I assure you that we will not be so lenient. Consider this an official warning. She marches out the front door. The bartender's eyes flick back to you, expressionless. Well, they went from suspicious to inhospitable. Not great, but whatever. Even if they start shooting, I'll shoot right back. Anyway, sorry about that, bartender. The bartender slowly shakes their head. Business is ruined for this shift. There's nothing more to say. Well, no reason to stick around. Although, if I'm not gonna be sticking around here for much longer anyway, might as well grab some of these. And head right over for the gate. So damn, that is one thick patrol right there. How many legions is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 legions, 2 onslaughts, a Grendel, 3 dominators, pile of eagles, and a falcon. Yeah, that's pretty thick. Alright. Kinda just thinking about it now. Nearest gate to the places I still have to look at. There's the one over at Safan. Then I can go over to Farsalish. Or I can go over to New Azov. And then go over to Rotana. And Beta Barracks. This one is close to more stuff, but I do have to go over there. Speaking of places I have to go, I kinda have to go for another piss. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Friggin' remnant suborder was still there. I almost want to say good for them, but they're not exactly friendly. Don't think they ever will be friendly. What the fuck is going on here? Commerce raiders. That's a lot of them. And I don't have terribly much support or deployment points. Send in the Korg. Be very upfront. Don't think we're gonna save the station. But might as well use it to get as many kills as possible before it goes down. So I did the thing again that makes my... that's the button. The tilde key. Makes the weapon projection go away. I need it. There is a lot of them. Why are the cryoblasters not blasting? Hold fire. X. There we go. Hold off on the reinforcements. Take out all of these guys who think they're being smart by going behind. destroyed the big section. Gonna have to ramp up the damage. Alright. There is suddenly a lot less ships on the screen. Hopefully that's a good thing. I think it might be. Can I catch up to this straggler? Nearly there. There we go. Mission accomplished. We saved the station. Get the meatball squad to take out anyone who ran away. I'll get myself another Aurora. I do like those. Tachyon Corporation needs to be convinced that continued investment in acting against your interest is unprofitable in the long term. If you're able to send this message without becoming openly hostile, or smooth any ruffled feathers afterwards, this may even mark you as someone whose understanding of business realities makes them worth working with. Yeah. Yeah. I hate the big sneezes. Makes the brain cage rattle. Oh, so damn. Got a lot of gamma cores. And the other ones too. Think about it. Maybe I should leverage that into something. Ah, damn it. Didn't mean to cancel that, but probably gonna have to do that again after outfitting some ships anyway. Okay. Gonna get rid of one of the salvage rigs. By get rid of, I mean store away for later, in case I change my mind. Could set this one up to use specifically 2 cryoblasters or 2 disintegrators. But not 3. Never 3. I also do have the 1 extra rift beam. Let's try double cryoblasters. And with that, stick a resonator on there. Works better if it's a missile boat. Maybe... oh, where is it? Rift beam on the side. Get our cryoblaster on the front. Is what I'd like to do, but cryoblasters are a hybrid weapon. Hybrid weapons cannot go in synergy slots. How inconvenient. The rift beam, and I think it's not going to be nearly as useful for point defense if it's on the front part. Everything always got to be so complicated. Cryoblasters. Ion pulsar. The antimatters I'm gonna stick on the other one. We'll leave the fixed slots empty, other than the ion. How about shock repeaters? Proximity charge launcher. Another PD. How many of those do I have? 166. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna need that many of them. Should probably go sell some of the extras. Especially if I need money. Which right now I don't, but it was getting kinda close just earlier. Should definitely think about it. Graded targeting, hardened shields. Shield conversion front. Stabilized shields. Probably gonna wanna build in the 2 that I've built into all the other ones. Say that. The only common one is the stabilizer. %5 less damage taken by shields. Probably worth it. So I'll go for it. Full vents. 18 points left. Just stick the points into caps. No, I don't really prioritize caps all that much for the other ships. Maybe spend those points on an unstable injector instead. That's more like it. Give it a test run, after I give it a pilot. Stick in Curtis Patel. Stand them up against Conquest. Not exactly gonna be the best test of skill, but if you can pull it off with like 4D mods on it, it's good enough. Might not be the right test for it. It's gonna stand back until the other guy runs out of missiles. And by that point I'll have absolutely lost all interest. It's just gonna back up, drop the flux, do it all again. How about a better test? 30 deployment points for this. 80 deployment points worth of Paffers. You can win this, it's good enough. I mean, heck, if he gets like half of the enemy fleet killed, it'll be good enough. It's not looking good. Doing a spin maneuver. Failed to get even one kill. That's a failure right there. Back to the drawing board. No ion pulsar. Don't need the shock repeaters. And maybe never mind the cryoblasters entirely. So how about disintegrators? The steady captain. Give him irregular PDs. Not sure if I even want to give him any missiles. I do have to give him something to break through shields. Otherwise, the disintegrators aren't going to be very useful now, are they? But there's no real good anti-shield medium energy. There is missiles, but not energy. Now think about it. Maybe disintegrators aren't it. Or maybe they are. I don't know. Can't make up my mind on what I want this thing to be. Heavy blaster. 30 points left over. Maybe give it a Thunderhead? See how it does. Same amount of points. One thing I can immediately think about to improve this: auxiliary thrusters. So it doesn't waste so much time spinning around from target to target. Once again, dead with no kills. Failure. See if this is enough to change anything. Still just spinning around, not knowing what target to shoot at. But it did get 1 kill. 2 kills. There's a third. I think that's all it's gonna get. Yep, that's it. Now, just to make sure I'm not doing this test wrong, send in the oven mitt. Same test. See if I'm being unfair. Aw. Kind of expected that to go better. Maybe the testing criteria is a little too difficult. So what if I cranked it down to 60? But I have at least one eradicator in there. Gotta keep it exciting. Not a good start. But let's see. Still thoroughly unsuccessful. Alright, disintegrators are not it. What if... same build, cryo blasters. And maybe no heavy blaster. Maybe I should have stuck the proximity launcher on the other slot. Won't spin around quite as much. He's gotten 3 kills so far. 4. Here's the eradicator. Certainly seems to be doing better than earlier. Might just be a fluke. maybe it'd be better off without the Thunderhead. Gonna go ahead and say it won this one. That's one successful sim. Move the proxy launcher. Get rid of the thrusters and the Thunderhead. Because the thrusters are good for dealing with those omens, but it's only really relevant in the sim. In an actual fight, it almost certainly is probably not the right term, but it is unlikely to run into a situation where there's some really slippery target trying to get behind it. The only situation I could think of would be dealing with an Omega or a Remnant. But again, if it ever gets to that point, something has already gone wrong. So what to stick in there? Maybe Flux Distributor? And maybe I keep the thrusters anyway. Probably doesn't hurt. Probably. But I'm gonna test it again. In more of a 1v1 kind of scenario. Against the Conquest. Shoot. Was looking at it wrong. There we go. Got double my Mjolnirs, so definitely outrange for this fight. Just gonna let it run for a little bit. And as long as it doesn't die, it's good enough. Actually, one thing I just thought about. Maybe having one shock repeater is better than having 3 PD lasers. Maybe not against like a swarm of fighters that's just constantly harassing the ship. But against missiles, it would be more efficient. And yeah, it seems to do a good enough job of not just overloading and exploding. So enough of the Conquest. Like a shock repeater right on there. What about this guy? Since I've got an extra rift beam now. Give it a test run. Against something it should not have too many problems against. How about a Dominator? Then I'll see what it does if I replace that Cryoblaster with another Rift Beam. Got the perfect opportunity to just get behind him and get basically a free kill. But he doesn't take it. Now he's going for it. Or not. I assume too much of these AI captains. Alright. Pretty clear victory right there. What if it's got the other weapon? Seems to be doing better for the flux. Might just be differences in the enemy loadout though. Seems to be better at taking out the shields. Not sure about the damage. So rather than going behind him, he just kind of backs up, then gets poked at by the Gauss cannon. Very inefficient. Yeah. Yeah, that's like just about no armor damage. This is gonna take way longer. Okay. Keep that as is. Rift Beam is nice, not that nice. To make any changes to these guys? Not really. But you've got an upgrade. Just have to make room for it. Not sure if I had had more of those mini pulsers. Doesn't seem like it. More rift lances. $12 points. Maybe give it some advanced turret gyros. Why is this mini pulsar on a different group than the other ones? Don't know. Don't really care that much. Test it against an onslaught. Kicked in the shield. Got rid of the frontal armor. Seems like a pretty clear victory. Let's make sure it actually does win. He's venting. Why are you shielding? Or whatever. Got it done. And there's the rest of it. Right. So that's a clear upgrade right there. And what other weapons do I have? Resonator. Got more shock repeaters. Antimatter SRMs, rift lances, and I did have mini pulsers. Don't know how I missed those, but I sure did. I'm thinking, how many more of those do I have? I've got 2. Maybe I get another Odyssey. set it up more or less the same as this one. Stick the 2 other mini pulsars on here, and then a auto pulse. It won't be quite the same as the volatile particle driver, but a slightly less good version of a really good chip. It'll be fine. But how about you? I think you might need some upgrades. Could stick some storm dealers on there. I don't have expanded mags. Mjolnirs are tempting, but I don't think the flux is quite good enough. Some pillows. Ideally, I want this guy to stay far away. Clearly cannot hack it in close quarters, judging by the amount of times it's gotten its ass kicked. Stick a disintegrator in there. Long range point defense. Better shields is good. Shields aren't very good to start with though, but still might as well make them better. Not really enough points to do anything else, unless if I undo some upgrades. Also, definitely gonna change the name. I think it's cursed. Gonna name this one Tab. It kinda looks like the tab on a soda can, if you squint your eyes real hard. Like, really hard. Okay, test run. Give it a 1v1 against a target that it better fucking be able to beat. definitely winning. And it won. Surprising. Now, stand it up against twice its opponent's points worth of Pavers. Doubt it's gonna win this one, but I'm open to being proven wrong. Getting dogpiled. There goes the armor. Half the hull is gone. Not dead yet. Don't think it's gonna be winning. Maybe it will be winning. Doesn't have much hull left. There's not much enemy left. Fucking behavior again, where for some reason in the simulator specifically, soon as they get too close to the edge, the enemy ships just kind of retreat. They never do that shit in actual combat. That being said, I don't think that would have spelled the end of the conquest in that situation. Whatever. It's actually not terrible. I think I'm gonna give it the other disintegrator. Definitely link those. Okay. Seal of approval. What else do I want to change? Not sure. I'm half tempted to try Rift Lances on this thing, but if I uncloak, use up a bunch of flux, then I won't be able to cloak again. It's kind of a tight resource. Alright, the resonators. And the antimatters. Forgot about those. Stick it on this guy. Needs more points. Test you out. Right. 60 points. Worth of Pavers. Can you win? You'll be able to. You did it last time. Overfluxing. But he got rid of the problems. Yeah, don't think I'm gonna have to revise this design. Working perfectly good. Goddamn. Went from 0 shields to overloaded in like 3 seconds. The only downside with this design is there is 0 PD. But I guess that's fine. Don't think I'm gonna be using this thing to solo fleets all that often. Alright, seen enough. 20 seconds to a reload. Or 25% more regeneration rate. So that would be 15 seconds to a reload. Holds either 4 or 5 maximum ammo. Not sure how they round it. And it gets 4 of those. It's a very nice ship. Okay, there was something else I wanted to look at, but I forgot. Got rift lances and shock repeaters to spare. Have the one spare rift beam. And I think that's everything I had to worry about. Alright. So how about I go for that technology grade? You know, since I forgot about it, up until just now. Grab some fuel, grab out a little bit of crew, if you consider 1,000 dudes to be a little bit, and some more supplies. And then while I'm off doing that, how about I buy some ships? I have been curious about the Grendel. I do still have the face coil tuning, as I never got around to getting rid of it. Or no wait, it's because I have the Doom as my flagship. Duh. So it would eat into that if I got a Grendel, but gonna get one anyway. Never really frigged around with one of those. So wasn't it just here? Where'd it go? Oh, right there. I'm blind as hell. Option for some more Anubis. I'll get 2 more of those. Not sure if there's any other weapons I need. Think I've got plenty of all of these. Anything I'm missing? Not really. Use some more Zippos. Make 10 of those. Definitely won't need more than 10. Maybe 5 instead. Okay, time to go out and actually do something. Not sure if it's the most efficient thing to do, but I'm gonna go for that slipstream. Orbital Works is complete. Still not making money, but it's worth the trade-off. It's a flick slipstream. Very big. System with a neutron star. Let's see how this goes. Good so far. A small pack of Remnant defending the box. But I'm curious, can the Cork do it? It's not terribly many of them, but it is Remnant. It's already taken out 2 of them. Totally draining his paladin. And hope to stop the tide. Doesn't seem to be... I was about to say, doesn't seem to be using the antimatters as well as he could. Because he was using it to just kind of pressure the shield on that guy, and then he turned around and magged up the other one. not the most efficient with it, but he does know that if the shields are down, you just slam him with that shit. Shield is nearly overloaded. And he got distracted and went after the other guy. And he turns around and goes against the other guy again. Reds are not gonna finish that guy off. Once again, blew away all of the antimatters. And then he switches priority. He'd be so perfect. He just knew how to target prioritize. He's nearly taken that one out anyway. Alright, had enough of this shit. Kill him. Finally. And now the other guy. Shields are basically down. Now's the time for the antimatter. What you waiting for? Definitely winning the fight, it's just... You could've won it like a minute ago. Alright. Actually do it. did the thing. And now they're dead. Your fleet arrives at the coordinates provided by the scientist on Cullen. And just as he said, there's an impressive bounty of domain-era goods and technology in nearly pristine condition. And in the middle of it all, your salvage crew reports a cargo case bearing a Tritachyon logo. It's emitting a bizarre, dynamic, magnetic field extending 2 meters beyond the casing. It's amazing that no one found this cache before. But then, the long-range sensors did read us as a worthless debris cloud at first. Question is now, do you close the AI core to the shielded crate and send it off from your next port stop? Or do you keep it for yourself? That scientist was surely no one important. I've got like 30 of the damn things. I don't need the 31st. Place it in the shielded crate. The shielded crate shuts with the sound of powered bolts sliding home. It sends off a one-time coded hyperwave burst. Confirmation, you suppose. It would have been good of that scientist to warn you about this little trick. Hopefully no pirates or anything else was listening nearby. Another mantle borer. The second one for my collection. Onslaught blueprint. I have to grab all of that first. And then learn it. Onslaught, dual flak, hurricane verbs. Everything else I already knew. Sure wish I had an Odyssey blueprint right about now. Actually, I've got a pretty good idea where I could go get that. Which has kind of involved torpedoing my reputation with Tritachyon. I'll wait until they're mad before I do that. Oh hey, it's the space horror. Here to remind me of how very small I am. Got that yeast left at the debris field. Knows how long it's been since I've actually bothered with those. Anyway, back to Venus. Mysterious entity approaching. Ignore. This goes all the way over there. makes a nice triangle. Think going over on the right side here would be better. Gonna ride all the way down to the other slipstream. And follow that one up. It's the end of it. Accidentally launched myself, but fortunately in the right direction. And that's good enough. There are a lot of big expensive bounties. All the way over on the other side of the core worlds. All of them. Alright. It's been a 4-hour and something stream. So I think that's good enough. Very successful stream. Not sure what I did. Might have to go look at that in the VOD or something. And anyways. I'm tired of talking. My drink glass is empty. And I feel like going to vaporize some substances. So I'm gonna get going. Hopefully, this was a good stream. It was fun. For me at least. See ya.